Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Northrock Lanes, our continuing coverage of the 2017 PWBA Wichita Open. Emil Williams Jr. here with you. Jason Thomas in the building on behalf of our PWBA staff. Tennille Milligan, Tournament Director. Assistant Tournament Director is Kathy Watka. Our Tour Coordinator and Merchandise Manager is Kathy Kavicki. Brand Manager and Director of Digital Media Jason Thomas. And everyone else here on site on behalf of the staff here at Northrock Lanes. Folks, and as we get going here in game number one, what better way to describe what we saw in round number one and what we might expect to see in round two than to get some expert analysis from Mr. Rob Gottschall. Rob, of course, the ball representative for the brands of Ebonite. Rob, first of all, I appreciate you joining me very quickly. I know you've got a job to do, obviously.
No, thanks for having me. It's good to be here. That's better.
That one's a little tricky.
Yeah, it's different.
I
Doesn't
set you
move the
up.
same.
But nonetheless, round one, 42-foot pattern, 27 milliliters, a lot going on there. We saw a couple of different ways that the players are trying to attack the lanes, which may or may not have ended up being a good thing from what we've seen. What did you see in round one overall?
Well, the one thing I think this is one of the most creative patterns I've seen developed. And the bowling center probably has a little bit to do with it because I feel like the pattern itself tells you to play out, but this bowling center notoriously doesn't play well in the gutter. It's very track defined. But the reason I say I think it's a very well-developed pattern is I don't think there's a right way or a wrong way to attack the pattern. I think you have to play the angle where you think you're most comfortable. And as we say almost every week out here, control the pocket, leave something you can make, and you just got to go. I mean, the scoring pace, 143 over being the lead, I mean, that's a really good score last block. But if you go all the way down, right now, if you're looking at the cut to match play right now, in 12th place is 17 over. So, I mean, that person averaged literally 203. And I think it's a testament to the pattern. I think playing pair to pair is very, very difficult right now. And it's because of people playing all over the place and just the bowling center in general. You know, the first year we bowled here when we bowled on short, it was pretty defined where to play, what to do. But, yeah, I mean, it allows you to play the middle. It allows you to play out. I think you got to have a little more touch to play out. You got to, especially on the fresh, I think you either had to be slow with some surface or you had to have some rev rate. And like Verity Crawley, what she did on the fresh was really, really good. But she also has rev rate. She's able to manipulate her axis rotation.
And, you know, it's crazy. And that's why I like this pattern a lot, because you can do many different things. Here we are in game 7. I would say more of the field has moved right than they've moved left. But I think the reason being is it's the one constant place there's friction. Because the people that played out, that had the touch, used the surface, they broke it down. Now your people that are firmer, stuff like that, now they're going to try to utilize that friction. And I think pair to pair, they're going to play a lot closer to the right. If you see your ball hook early, you can move a couple left off it and be fine. Right now, if you're playing the middle of the lane, you know, you just got 15 minutes of practice on your pair, you're going to have an idea. You go to the next pair, watch your ball whiff the headpin right, then you try to make a move off it, it hooks as soon as it hits the lane, now you're lost. And so I feel a lot more players migrated right just to try to be comfortable and be aggressive. And I mean, we're going to see how it plays out. If it holds up for, 6 more games, I think you're going to see some decent scores. I don't think you're going to see the half the field start to run away, but I think you're going to start to see some more 220s, more 230 games, just because everybody's going to be able to be more aggressive.
Is it would you ever think you would see like a pattern like this, but the gutter would play still on the Burns block?
Yeah, I mean, you've seen it before. It just kind of depends. You see it a lot on longer patterns, though. Much longer, where there's a little more volume. They get tight down lane. But this play, it was hard, because I feel like the gutter, like I said before, I feel like the gutter is where to play.
Yeah.
But because this place is so touchy on the gutter, that on the fresh it's just so hard. And you could kind of see it because basically once the people started moving left, they're getting away from that. So people were still playing. I mean, Danielle McEwen, she's still playing like 4 or 5 at the arrows. Liz is out there. There's just other people. Diana Zavilova she was playing 20 basically at the arrows last set, both 30, 40 under, nothing great. And now she's playing 5-6. Liz Colkin played left most of the first set. She's playing to the right. We can flip the script. Missy Parkin played right first set. Had a good set, bowled like 160 the last game, but now she's down. Now she's moving left. You'd think she's one that would like to stay right, but she sees her ball reading the front too much and being lazy down lane. So she's going into where she sees hook, and she's throwing stronger balls in the middle of the lane. So it's going to be very interesting to see how it plays out. But like I said, I feel like pair to pair, they're going to play more consistent to the right than they are in the middle.
Interesting. I saw Sandra Anderson was on this pair, or 23 and 24. And she shot 254, had probably the best look I had seen. She played him the same. I've referenced the last year's Queens, but she was playing the gutter, looked really good. Kelly Kulik, Cassandra Lutho came to 25 and 26, game 6, played the gutter. I mean, they played the exact same, 2-3, and had success. It was very, it wasn't odd, but it was like, game 6.
And it's funny because we can sit and make an argument either way, talking to the players, and the bowling center's big, so they really only get to watch the pocket of people around them, and somebody would be like, this person, they're bowling good doing this. But then I go, well, let's walk 10 pairs away, and I can show you 3 people that are bowling 160 doing the same thing. So it's not just playing the lanes right, it's still about shot making. And that's why I like the pattern's great, because you can play multiple angles, but it still requires shot making. If you make a bad shot, no matter where you're playing, you're going to pay the price. And I feel like overall the spare shooting has actually been a little better this week, but you're seeing a lot more splits and washouts than you've seen throughout most of the year.
Well, there you have it. Well, sir, I won't hold you up too long. I appreciate you coming in. I know you have a job to do.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
That is Rob Gottschall, all representative for Ebonites International, doing his thing and dropping some knowledge for us, for you, about the pattern, what he saw, and what he expects. Big thanks to Rob. Hope you folks enjoyed that. I know it was quick, but when I say Rob is busy, and obviously you all know that because you probably see him a lot walking through and making his rounds, if you will. On our pairs, folks, we are watching Ashley Perkey, Tiffany Morris, Liz Colkin, and Esther Chia, Malaysia. Kayla Bandy, Sarah Minch, Shaughnessy Rouse, and Shannon O'Keefe on 25 and 26. Of course, your leader after 6 games, Julian Franco. Rob mentioned the plus 143 number. That is where she stands after 6 games. Liana from Colombia. We'll keep an eye on how things continue to go in regards to where players continue to play here in round number 2. If you need a refresher, be sure to check out pwba.com/live. The results, roster information, pairings, and everything you need, including a live scoring. Liz Culkin spare in the 7th. Liz is clean through 7 frames. Esther Chia on a 4-bagger. Kayla Bandy, saw her struggle in her earlier appearance in our featured pairs. She was on 23 and 24 in round number 1. Tiffany Morris. Ball looks pretty good. Good shot there. Tiffany with a double. Ashley Perkey, who was near the top of the standings for much of round 1, struggled toward the end. And dropped down to minus 84. Good shot for Liz Culkin. Esther didn't like it. Do it from the beginning. Greek Church there in the 8th. Appreciate everyone tuning in. Hopefully you're enjoying your Friday night. All right, Chia trying to get back on it here in the 9th frame. Saw, or you should see, excuse me, where Esther is playing the lanes. Rob Gaccio talked a little bit about how players are playing out, some are playing in. And in meaning the kind of the middle of the lane, not necessarily, of course, 4th, 5th arrow. I don't think anyone is there to that point, or some could be. It is the burn squad, no re-oil. And just as I say that, there is someone to my left playing. Gave it a couple shots inside. Sarah Mitch has kind of been around between third and fourth arrow, inching closer to the fourth arrow. Liz Johnson, round 1, game 2, or round 2, game 1. I think that's the right combination. Let me make sure it says it on the screen. It does. That's a win. Nonetheless, Liz Johnson struggling here in round number 2. She's at 116 in the 8th. She's a pair 2 hour left. Liz Culkin stepping up in the 9th, looking for a double. Good shot. Pin won't go for Ashley Perkey over on 25 and 26. Shauna Sorouse in the 10th frame. Nope, on the 10. Tiffany Morris, 3-6-10. Open in the 9th. Bandy. 10 pin won't go there for Kayla. Well, I'll tell you. Looking around, not too many high scores. Bob Gotcho joined us early in game 1 just to give you a brief synopsis of what he saw in round 1, maybe what to expect here in round 2. He said decent scores. Might be the expectation, decent. Not very good or high, but decent scores. .207 for Sorouse, 171 for Kayla Bandy, 195 for Tiffany Morse. Stuchia looks down the bucket. The 2-5 remains. right, big conversion in the 10th for Liz Culkin. So she may try a different bowling ball. Shannon O'Keefe. Oof. Well, that one just kind of took a nosedive. Imagine that one just going downhill, making an immediate left turn and into some trouble. And then struck in the first. Big spare for Mr. Chia. All right, ball change on the field for Liz Culkin. Pretty good game there, 203. May not sound like much, but it is today. On a pattern that does not seem to be too difficult, again, just by looking at it. April Ellis shoots 192 off camera. Esther Chia to finish it out. That's inside. 207 for Esther. Sarah Minch to get to 167. She'll take 164. Liz Johnson strikes out. Last 5 frames for Liz, 9-spare, 9-spare turkey for 166. Gongora comes out the gates firing 237. That's a big game. For Gongora. She has had a few struggles early in round 1 also. All right, so no bowling going on here in our featured pairs, but game 2 coming up very quickly. Players are already here, so this delay should not be very long. If you joined us earlier, Dave Waswo of the Bowler Show joined us for game 6. He is sticking around a little bit, watching some more bowling here in round number 2. And so he will hop on again during game 3, or for game 3, excuse me. All right, Giselle Poss, Gabriella Mayfield, Grace Hall, and Megan Zipansky. 25 and 26, Christina Rosberg, Chimi Ichikura, Ashley Galante, and Isabella Correa. Mayfield off to a good start. Strike to open things up. Paul starts with a strike as well. You know, we've got a few pairs with 5 players. So you'll have a momentary delay in certain situations. But everyone looks to be about starting at the same time. Watching Bowl TV on Extra Frame. Continuing coverage of the PWBA Wichita Open. Sell Post, that one is through the nose. All right, 2 for 2 for Mayfield. The bowling ball clips the 9-pin and doesn't knock it down. Open frame. Just Megan Zipansky. With a second-team All-American at Bellarmine University. National Collegiate Bowling Coaches Association. Also an honorable mention nod, the International Bowling Media Association Collegiate Player of the Year Award. Talked about Giselle Poss a little bit earlier. Her ties to Vanderbilt. And the Chicagoland area. Her Team Puerto Rico. Trying to find some things here. Leaves a 2-pin. Correa. Good shot. Spare strike for Isabella. All right, 3 for 3 for Mayfield. Sounds like it first turkey of the day, as you may have heard. All right, Grace Hall is now into the strike column after a couple of opens. That was a very quality shot right there from Ashley Galante. Really good there. First strike of the game. Zipansky. That too. Pretty good shot. No love, however, on the 10-pin. Mayfield throwing pins. Sakura, who has been in the top 10 for most of the day. She strikes in the 4th frame. Correa from Colombia. To Central Missouri. Just joining us, this is game 2. Round 2, qualifying. A little bit outside there for Correa. The PWBA Wichita Open. First cut to the top 32 for tomorrow's Cashers round. 6 more games, and then we'll cut to the top 12 for match play. Pause strike, open 9 spare, 9 spare. Good shot. Saw it all the way through. In this lane condition, 42 feet, 27.66 milliliters of oil. So you check out the lane pattern. PWBA.com or the live page. See Rosberg back out bowling some events here. Former Nebraska Cornhusker as well. Here is Mayfield looking for 5 in a row. Should be the 4-7. We talked about being able to play the gutter. Who would continue to play there essentially. And after game 1 on this pair, or both pairs I should say, haven't seen too many do it. Everyone now in the middle of the lane. Holly and Johansson had some fans. Quality shot from Galante. All right, Grace Hall. And next week, the Pepsi Lincoln Open. Pepsi PWBA Lincoln Open from Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska. Sapansky. That ball held. Well, you saw it. It just wanted to make a turn left. And it stopped just enough. Sabrina Divis to our left. She's got 5 in a row. She's been in the top 10 throughout the day for the better half of it. Seeing a few strings on lane 22. first open of the game for Mayfield. "101 competitors this week here in Wichita. Of course, that number will be dwindled down to 32 after this final round of qualifying. Pretty deep field from top to bottom, with players who really making their season debuts for many. Team Malaysia is back. Seeing some players from Japan this week, and several players who hadn't had a chance to come out and compete. For example, several teachers. Now that school is over, of course, they are able to get out and compete with the best in the world. Mayfield. Well, high there, 3-6. See if Johansson can keep it going. She can. I guess some scores are brewing. Again, I mentioned on lane 22. Holly-Ann Johansson, strike, spare, 6 in a row. Sabrina Divis has gone spare 6-bagger. Briefly give you a look. This is Divis. And continues to strike. Got some pretty good mojo going over on 22. Johansson and Divis. Imagine when players have strings together, it's very easy, obviously, to root, continue to keep each other encouraged. This is Johansson now, current Wichita State shocker. One more, the first team All-American. We're talking about trying to make a jump into the standings or up the leaderboard. Holly-Ann, who made the match play bracket, USBC Queens. Sabrina Divis, this is her first event One of the examples of a teacher I was referring to for being able to come back out and compete on tour from Gillette, Wyoming. All right, Divis, this is the 9th frame. Didn't like it.
Oh.
She had that look as if she didn't like it. Eight pin. So there was the potential of 290 and 280 on lane 22. Again, and something to keep an eye on as we watch throughout the rest of the evening is just where players are electing to play here in this second block on the burn. Many started the migration back right during practice for this round. They feel someone was going sideways. All right, quality frame. Back to our featured pair. All right, our round 2 scores are updated. Should have checked those out. PWBA.com/live. Siti Rahman from Malaysia now sits atop the leaderboard at plus 130, out the gates with 255. Juliana Franco from Colombia in second at plus 123. Verity Crawley in third at plus 89. Jane Sen of Malaysia in fourth at plus 72. Jen Higgins moving up the leaderboard to fifth at plus 68. Cut line out right now, minus 34. Belongs to Maria Jose Rodriguez. We will have a couple of spots for some cash money, though. So 34th this week is the cash line. All right, here's a look at Grace Hall's spare attempt. And now on to Holly Ann Johansson. Second shot, 10th frame. Boy, just mowing them down. Just mowing them down. Just mowing them down. Coach L in attendance. A chance to see Missy Parkin. Parkin clean. She's on a double. She can max at 225. There's her first shot in the 10th. And she leads a 10 pin. See Gabby off on the right side of your shot. She leaves a 6 pin. Holly Ann Johansson for 280. Wow. That's a pretty darn good game, folks. That's like shooting 300, at least it feels like it at the moment. Take it back to Divis because she left a stone 8-pin in the 9th frame, or else she would be looking at 290. Here is Divis' first shot in the 10th. Gets some good carry. 7-10 attempts. I've seen some pins bounce before, but nothing doing there on the Galante split. Locked here for a minute. Christy Rosberg. Second shot in the 10th for Christy. That's inside. So Divis has left an 8-pin. Unsure what she left in frame number 1. 8-pin in the 9th strike and now 4-9. It only would be right if she were to just go ahead and make this to kind of seal the game here. All right, 257. We'll still take it. Two of the higher games you will see. I believe there were a couple 260s. A 280. Almost positive at this point is the high game of the tournament. Sakura will not give any pins back. In fact, she will now gain a couple. Big double there in the 10th. They give her a 3-bagger overall. To 11. This game for Itakura. .236 for Christina Rosberg. Zell Poss, 179. Here's Correa. She can get to 203. And leaves at 2.5. Mayfield back on 24. She'll take it. Monte had some trouble in the 6th and the 9th. And she will finish with 171. All right, big double in the 10th for Mayfield. And a 2 off the 5 for Correa. She shoots a 171, and that pair is complete with game number 2. Grace Hall and cannot break down the split. 6-7 on the deck. Coming up next, David Waswell will join us for game 3. Was joined us at the end of the block in round number 1. Whoa, how about that? Grace Hall bouncing pins out. Pansky. She strikes in the first shot of the 10th. Stephanie Martins, Allie Ijams, Jody Golick, Deandra Asbeatty on 21 and 22. See if the good bowling vibes continue on that pair. All right, Zapansky will finish things out here. Again, hello to all watching. .164 for Zapansky. All right, coming up next, round 2 as we head to game number 3. The Wichita Open 2017 edition, of course. We'll be joined by Amanda Green, Felicia Wong, Jessica Peters. Siti Rahman, your current leader from Malaysia, and Melanie Crawford. Brandy Branca, Nina Flack, Danielle McEwen, and Angelimar Beasley. The first time we have seen this cross. Hit the featured pair or pairs. Randy Branca got the season off to a wonderful start as the number 2 seed for the Cubica AMF PWBA Sonoma County Open TV Finals. Be on the lookout for that show. It will air next week, June 6th, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. That is next Tuesday on CBS Sports Network. You see Allie I jams a bit to your left there. Allie strike, spare strike. Nina Flack. First time we get a chance to see our defending champion, Danielle McEwen. Talked about it at the opening of our broadcast this afternoon during round 1. Of course, if you're unfamiliar with how Danielle McEwen got to the TV finals, well, she was in danger of missing the match play cut last year after 15 total games of qualifying. So that was including 3 games of the cashier's round. Shot 753 the last 3 games of the cashier's round to sneak in a match play. She was the 12th seed at the time. Went on to shoot 823 in the first 3 games. Threw in another 276 for good measure. Ended up averaging a little more than 257. For match play, and of course ended up defeating Maria Jose Rodriguez on CBS Sports Network to claim the title. All right, we're ready on 23 and 24. Allie I jams with a pretty good look. Surface again playing the gutter. And around 2-ish, if you will. Again, Melanie Crawford, Amanda Green, Felicia Wong, Jessica Peters, and C.T. Rockman. All right, game 3, again continuing on. As I said earlier, game 3 will be joined or rejoined, I should say, by David Waswell, also known as the Waz of the Bowler Show. That is a new introduction for those who may have missed him during game 6 on our round 1 coverage. But, Waz, how are you?
Doing great. Had a little time off in between. Got something to eat. Hydrated. Ready to go again.
Two very important items.
Exactly. We saw a lot of the bowlers, of course, in between doing that also. And I'm just glad I was asked back. I wasn't sure if maybe the app crashed the first time that I got on or not, but apparently not. And actually the bowlers we got in front of us right here, I'd been watching all day long, so got a good feel for these gals.
Oh, roll, 10-pin. Melanie Crawford. Let some love there to begin. Danielle McEwen. Strike in the 4th. Amanda Green opens up with a spare. We'll take a brief look again at the scores. This is still after 7. We're still waiting on our game 2, or I should say 8-game update at this point. Players on our pair. Amanda Green was in 10th at plus 24. Felicia Wong, former Shocker. Wichita State. Here's Angelimar Beasley up on lane 25. First time we get a chance to see Angelimar. Last time we saw her, she was throwing shots like that, so not much has changed, which is a good thing.
Amanda on lane 24, as you see, once the scores refresh, she just come off of 250. So she is 76 over on this block, and this is her A game right now. She is good at getting inside, kind of slow rolling it, or actually playing fallback a little bit too. So the more left she gets, the more comfortable she is.
Yeah, we've been talking about comfort zones and where players have elected to play. It's going to have been a pretty solid topic of discussion considering burn squad here in round number 2. Some players have opened up, or at least they did. I guess now we're 2 games in at this point. playing right, kind of what we saw towards the end of round one. Still out there, and thought some would still be out there, and some have, but we've seen a lot kind of migrate to the left as well. I had Rob Gotchel on briefly to kind of dissect what he saw in round one. He echoed some of those same sentiments and talked about the pattern in a way of which never really had seen a pattern so as craftedly developed as this, where there's kind of no right or wrong way to play it. Essentially, what works. Expected some decent scores this burn squad. Maybe nothing too crazy, but we did see 280 and 254, I believe it was, or 257 on lane 22. Holly Ann Johansson with 280. Sabrina Divis at 257. So there's a couple scores out there. They both were in pretty direct angles around fourth arrow.
I think that's the key the rest of the way. Is just exactly what you described. You'll see some of them still hanging around first arrow, still going up straight up the gutter. I saw Verity Crowley in her 15 shots, her first 15 shots this squad, I believe she threw 3 gutters. So I know of 2, and I heard of another person who verified that there might have been a 3rd. So she's still hanging out there, and I think you're right. It's either first arrow, fourth arrow, and not much in between.
Verity could be a player who, if you thought fourth arrow was available, you would say, oh, Verity is probably inside because she is very good. Of course, being able to get around the ball, plenty of rev rate, but again, just showing the versatility of the players out here to be able to play at the drop of a dime, and that's the thing. You got to be able to do it immediately, whether you're playing first arrow or fourth arrow.
We just saw Danielle strike on 26, and she's been in and out as much as any player today. I've seen her switch balls at least 3 or 4 times, and early on she was going straight up the gutter and was sticking with that, and then she gave up on that, kind of moved way in. And the last shot we just saw on 24, she's not quite as deep as the rest, but she's in. So she's been fishing all day, still hasn't quite found it. Looks like she's got a little something going this game now.
Flack from Sweden. And I mentioned a couple countries competing on the tour for the first time this season. Sweden being one. Nina Flack, Victoria Johansson, mentioned Sandra Anderson. See if Melanie Crawford can hit a double here. A good break on the right lane. CT Rockman continuing to bowl well. Should be expecting a score update pretty soon. Looks like everyone is into game 3. Anything you've noticed, Dave, from, of course, we're in the middle of the house and don't get a chance to see the high end or the low end. Any cool items to share?
To be honest, I know 1 and 2 and 47 and 48 have been very low scoring. Seen a lot of push down on the outside. I don't know why it's that much different, but it is. Seen some very low scores early on, and just was down there just a minute ago, and they're started off low once again down there. Really, to me, with all the play from in to out, the pairs are all playing crazily different. And you always hear that, hey, this pair is a couple of boards off, this pair is a couple of boards the other way. Overall, these pairs are playing totally different. So I think the girl would find the area of the lane that's least used, which would be on the edge of the gutter or inside a fourth arrow, even if they can get deeper than that. They're the ones you might see make a move here late in the block.
So it's not odd to see that, but it certainly creates a challenge, and I think it's kind of fun. It may not be fun for the players, of course, but it's fun for us to kind of be able to just kind of watch, think about just the various areas of the lane that can cause a little damage, and what that does to the lane, essentially.
And as we watch the number drop, it's just bringing a lot of people in. One good game is all it takes. We just watched Brandy Brank at the last game shoot 249, and she moved up the ladder quite a bit. She's probably in the minus 40 range, so she's nearing the cut right now. And we'll get that update here in just a little bit. That's all it takes is one good game. You saw the 280 and the 259 you mentioned. Think about the pins that they picked up on the field just with that one game.
I expect Holly Ann Johansson to be maybe even fifth. Actually, she could even be leading at this point. She was 12th at plus 22.
That would be amazing. As we said, a huge jump is possible. And right now, right in front of us on 23 and 24, Amanda Green at 76 over and spare triple. I think this is her game right now. She's got them figured out. She is deep, and she is definitely in her comfort zone with her release. She loves playing in, and I think she's in great shape to end up in the top 5 here by the end of the day.
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier during our round 1 watch, and said, hey, if some people could get left or right if that's the case, and even for lefties. And just as I say that, I get a chance to see Felicia Wong. They're playing relatively direct, around 11, 12-ish. Probably a couple boards in to the way she would have liked it.
I've been watching her and Angelimar all day, playing out on the gutter, and also these two bowlers, they're having a lot of fun. I've had a lot of fun watching them today. They are competitive, but boy, they're having a lot of fun out there. It's fun to watch. Randy got that one just a little right of target. Didn't quite keep it in the fallback area and jumped on her.
Joined in the booth by David Waswo, or the Waz, as many call him. You know him, of course, from the Boulder Show. Always kind to many of our staff, including Matt Cannizzaro and Aaron Smith.
Mostly kind to Matt. Who, I give him trouble, but Matt has been on our show since the inception of the show. Actually, I take that back. The first year, we actually had Matt McNeil doing Matt Canizzaro's segment. Matt was live in Reno doing his thing, and when we lost Matt McNeil, we decided, hey, Matt Canizzaro's there. Let's check with him. And Matt's been gracious with his time, never asked for anything, is almost always available. And probably one of our lighter moments ever on the show with Matt a couple of weeks ago. He was just getting back to the venue at South Point from coming from Texas, or I'm not sure where he was coming from, but his GPS lady started talking during our interview. And
funny.
We just kept it on, and we just kind of rolled with it. It was funny. And of course, afterwards, he's like, hey, sorry. I'm like, I loved it. Be one of our top 5 moments.
That doesn't shock me.
He was almost to his venue that he has been to before. So that was kind of the funny part. We joked about, does he not know how to get to South Point now? He should have this down. That's a first. We've had a lot of funny things happen, and of course, our show airs Sunday night, 5 to 7 p.m. Central. So a lot of the bowlers, of course, are traveling. And cell service is not always available at all points of the country,
This is true.
no matter what some of the companies say. Amanda Green piling on right now. Spare 4-bagger, all flush. I look for her to be high on this block this time, this second squad.
I imagine Matthew may have been driving back from Fountain Valley. He was out with me. CT 3 in a row. Well, some players seem to not be fazed by what the lanes are giving them. But, you know, when you can match up quickly, it certainly eliminates a lot of the guesswork, and you can easily get into a rhythm. Spare for McEwen. Across into the 8th frame.
She's going to have to find something quick. Memory serves me right from the first block. She's going to be in trouble for the cut if she doesn't get something going.
After 7 games, McEwen was minus 20.
As I said, she's in great shape to make the cut. She finished up that block 239, 200, so good finish. I actually didn't see, so good for her. She's still kind of searching around a little bit, but
Well, I'll tell you, if you're not aware, do you know what happened last year at the Wichita Open with Danielle McEwen?
I'm not aware.
Okay. So we learned that Danielle McEwen is never out of any tournament. Because, and I recently told the story, but part of the intrigue of coming back, and obviously it's a different tournament, different pattern, all of that stuff, but she was out of match play, the match play cut after 15 games of qualifying. That includes the first 3 games of nice break there for Amanda Green. Shoots 753 last 3 games to make the cut, make the match play cut, and then shoots 823 the first 3. Threw in another 276, and then 2-2, 2-1. Nonetheless, went on to comfortably be the top seed and obviously won the title. But that was fun. That was something to see. From someone who said she's not an honor score type of player. What she said. She doesn't do that very often, which is hard to believe.
Our scores are honorable. All right, I won't talk about Amanda anymore since I give her glowing praise. She goes through the beak. Did break out of it. As you said, Danielle, she's up against the ball return, so she's a little deeper than I thought. She's off to the side just a little bit. Dead flush Brooklyn on this pattern. Just turn around, walk back.
All right, another spare, or excuse me, another strike. 4 in a row now for CT. Malaysia is back in full effect on the PWBA Tour.
How about that release? Man, oh man.
They don't mess around. Lee Jane made a few shows Last year she made the Queen's Show, finished 5th. Also made a show in the Greater Detroit Open. Lee Jane was also in the top 10 after our last update.
All right, Emil, you're in the prediction game here.
We can go at it.
Let's wait for the eight-game update, and then we'll go on the record, and then we'll change it as need be. Early on, when I came on, I predicted 25 to 30 under would be the cut, and the cut dropped about 20 pins that game. So I would have liked to have changed my prediction, but didn't get a chance to. Just shows how tough it is out there. At the break, the cut was 37 under, I believe. So I would imagine, just by doing the obvious math, that's probably not going to be too far off. We'll know a lot more here when the next game comes up.
Just saw Shannon Kulhowski throw something that looked pretty chalky. Wowza.
First one of the 10th for Brandy Branca. Trying to get to 198. Only lose 2 pins this game. She is hovering somewhere around the imaginary cut line. Danielle going to be in the 220s.
Much better shot there for Danielle. High flush. Spare from Jessica Peters. And this is game 3. Round number 2 of PWBA Wichita Open. Alicia Wong, like a ball change there. McEwen. Final shots. Ball change there to see what's happening.
Rockman keeps it going, 5-bagger. She is wanting that lead after the 9th game.
Well, she very well could have it.
And with that inside-out release, she looks really comfortable in that area. And she's got plenty on the ball to be playing 4th arrow. Branca finishes it out, last 4 for 198. She's at 627 for this block. It's around 65 under, I believe, in front. 6 games today, so she should be in the minus 30s. Of course, I was only off about, 70 pins on Danielle, my prediction there, where I thought she was. I want to thank you for allowing me to come on. Kind of a little exhibition season for me. I'm going to be down in Houston for the Lucy. making my official extra frame debut. I've snuck on here on a couple of different streams, but this is good practice.
Well, it's certainly not a problem. We appreciate it. Appreciate you not only coming by, I know you tune in and watch often. It won't be that hard. I can guarantee you that.
It's part of the.
There's a guy who runs his own show, and he's talking about being prepared for extra frame. I think you got it, Waz. I think you'll be okay.
Well, I appreciate that. I every once in a while will listen to the show as we have a 24-hour stream, and I'll hear myself and think, why in the world did you just ask that question?
Well,
the guest just led you into a perfect different way that you weren't listening to because you were too busy trying to be smarter than the next guy and come up with a new question. But obviously a little bit different format here. She trips the 4, and that is a 6-bagger. Rockman looking for 280.
always important for some self-critique. That's what we've learned over the years. Speaking of Rockman, after 8 games, plus 159. That is her number. Another good shot from Amanda Green. Rockman plus 159.
Amanda Green up here near the booth. Gave her a little tip on the break. I said, hey, just stay inside. Don't veer away from that, and you'll be just fine. And she is crushing the block.
How about that?
Either that or I told her she might want to go out up the gutter. So
Well.
after game 2, she came up to me and she said, inside won't work, huh? I said, for everyone else.
Are you saying that's why you sit here in the booth?
All right, I interrupted you. Where were we at?
Oh,
on the,
no problem.
On the countdown here, we've got Rockman's. You said she's going to be creating a big lead after this 9th game.
Plus 159 if she can even get to 250. She'll go 255, 229. Those are our first 2 games. So it's looking pretty good for her here. Sabrina Divis in second, plus 116 after the big 257. Verity Crawley in third at plus 115. Juliana Franco, your round 1 leader, in fourth at plus 107. Holly-Ann Johansson in fifth after her 280 game at plus 102. The aforementioned Lee Jane Sin, you may see it written as Sin Lee Jane in various places. Plus 84. Jen Higgins is in 7th at plus 80. Amanda Green, of course, continuing to strike, that time in the 9th frame for another triple. She is in 8th at plus 78. In 9th at plus 74 is Liz Johnson, and in 10th, Missy Parkin, plus 33. Nachimi Ichikura in 11th at plus 28. Tanya Raumemper is 12th at plus 20. Shannon Puhowski is 13th at plus 2. And that is it for Players Plus at the moment. So we'll go down to 32nd. Sydney Brummett would be the cashier's round cut at the moment at minus 42. That match play cut would be plus 20. Again, that's 12, but we've got a long way to go before we get to that point.
All right, after 8 games, the number's been dropping about 10 pins every 2 games. So are you thinking it's going to continue, end up around 60 under?
I'm going to go. I'm going to go. This is game 3. I'm going to go minus 58.
I'm actually going to go against conventional wisdom here and actually keep it a little under what it's been doing here. We've got a minimum of 8 players in the 40s right now, minus 40 to minus 45 actually. We got 8 players in that range, so I think we're going to lose a few of those. So I'm going to actually go a little bit under or below, or however you want to look at that. I'm going to go with minus 54. I think the ones who are starting to figure it out are going to continue to figure it out, as we saw Danielle in 31st. She solidified her spot with a 220, get down into around the 20, minus 20 area.
Yeah, when we talked about Danielle, of course, that update at the time was after 7 games. Now, after 8, bit of a slow start here, 176, 179. I forgot what she just shot there. I'm pretty sure she got to the 220s, if I'm not mistaken. 224. She will gain some pins. Jessica Peters, 3-6-10 converted. (25 and 26) about ready. Shannon Pluhowski, Jamie Martin, Elise Bolton, Holly Harris. And Caitlin Comain from Australia.
This goes by KC on the scoreboard.
Something that you know a lot about.
Exactly.
How are the Royals doing?
Not so well. A lot of injuries. A couple of 3 starting pitchers have gone down. We got 3 guys hitting under 200 that were World Series heroes 2 years ago. Escobar and Gordon, most notably. Alex Gordon with 0 home runs. I believe the record right now, 22 and 30. Not good. I think they're going to be sellers here soon at the All-Star break.
.316 there for Crawford. 25 and 26. They are on to game number 4. As you watch, you'll see the graphic in the left corner, bottom left corner of your screen. Won't change yet. It'll change once we get officially through game 3 here. Pretty good shots here from CT. One more, she'll be in the 250s. Couple extra cashing spots this week with 101 players. So to get yourself a check this week, 34th is the number. Achman. Well, she's left the 4-pin a couple times. Didn't see what she left in the second frame. Spare will give her 249, and she will continue to add. Over for Amanda. A chance at 260 plus there. 240 won't be bad either.
Talked about Matt Canizero, Aaron Smith, and all the other gentlemen in the USBC that are at Nationals have been on the show, had their own spot. I think it's time to get you on the show.
Whoa.
What are you doing Sunday night around 5 p.m. Central?
Sunday night around 5 p.m. Central. I think this Sunday I'll be just getting back to DFW.
Also my initials.
How about that?
If I'm flying into Dallas, it's pretty easy for me to remember the airport code.
Yes. Yeah. I think I get in at 4:45.
As I tell bowlers when I'm booking them, that's perfect.
So if I'm available, I'll be happy to do it.
How about 6:40?
That should work. 6:40 Central.
6:40 Central.
Okay.
How about killing two birds with one stone while we're on extra frame here? It's got to be great radio for the listeners.
6:40 Central.
All right, tune in at 6:40 Central.
There you have it.
Can I give out that website?
Sure.
www.kcsportsradio.com.
The Bowler Show. DeWaz. Alicia Wong. Really good shots. Not rewarded. Bachman did shoot 249. Amanda Green 247. All right, 23 and 24 have concluded. Now we are on to game 4. Robin Renslow, Natasha Roslin, Josie Ernest Barnes, and Ashlyn Hersberg will join us on 23 and 24.
Got a special tidbit for you about Robin Renslow today. And actually, she's within listening distance, so I'm going to save this one. And you'll know why once I release this information. No glass up here surrounding us. I always like to talk about our board op being behind the glass, even though he's sitting right in front of me. She is out of earshot. She has had a problem with her thumb hole today. 3 separate times she has been out actually onto the lane with her shoes. All 3 times she did not release the ball. She went across the foul line. Of course, not a foul. But early on today, she had some issues with her thumb hole. And, of course, that translated into issues with her shoes. Obviously, dangerous situation.
I'm going to get out of track.
All right. Oh, that's much better. Coming loud and clear. Coming through loud and clear.
We'll work it out. Told the listeners earlier that we got a new cool mixer that we tried out. We tested it a lot, but with more people, we can make further evaluations. So back to your point, Renslow dealing with thumb issues and going over the foul line. Of course, that can result, as you mentioned, shoe issues, lots of things.
And actually, I kind of just ascertained that it was a thumb issue. It probably was more of a shoe issue, as each of the 3 times that happened, she was shooting a right side spare. So let's keep an eye on that.
Sliding to the left, I assume, on the approach.
But really athletic of her not to release the ball.
Robin, another cool tidbit. Missed the Queens, unfortunately, but she was also becoming a certified phlebotomist.
Stand by. The magic of the internet. All right, I'll bite.
It is, I believe, the practice of drawing blood, if I'm not mistaken.
Did she learn that from Aaron McCarthy?
Very well could have.
A registered nurse.
Process of making an incision in a vein with a needle is the exact verbatim.
That's actually something I couldn't do.
Yeah, I mean, that it takes a lot. It's different, obviously, but something that is very common practice, of course, in the medical field. But yeah, it does. I think it does take special people to be able to do things like that. There are others who do not ever want to see the sight of blood, for example, as well. As you shake your head in agreement.
I'm one of them. I get a splinter and pull it out. I'm trying not to watch. You know, the TV show where the fake blood and gore is on. I look away from that too, even though it's fake. Not afraid to admit it.
Nothing wrong with that. Admitting is the first sign. That's important. Josie Barnes. If you're just joining us and you're wondering why we call her Josie Barnes, because she was recently married. No longer is she Josie Ernest, although her new champion banner, which she was presented prior to practice this morning or this afternoon, does say Ernest Barnes. From a fan perspective, it may say, or some of her items may say Ernest Barnes often, just so fans will realize it is her. May not know who she is when you say Josie Barnes.
Now you mentioned that Danielle is your defending champion. I just noticed the banner above the masking units with Danielle's picture holding the trophy just next to the right lane that she was just on. You think there's any possibility that out of the corner of her eye she saw that at any point and thought, hey, that's me up there? Actually, I think the right lane was the one she was struggling on.
Probably not. My guess is
She's a professional, right?
she's pretty experienced at this point.
If that bothers you, you're in trouble.
It could be one of those things where you do just kind of look up and go, man, that is me. Like oh wow, and then you get right back into it. I imagine it's probably a little different. The player, like if that was me, I'd probably take it all in early and get it out the way, so I could not be worried about it when I hit that pair or pairs, This is right in the center of the house as well where we are.
I think the banner would even distract me, except for the fact that I don't have a banner anywhere. But
I
that
doubt
would
it.
be. You think that maybe it's a confidence booster? You see your banner down there, you know you've won a tournament once.
No, I do think that part would certainly help from a confidence perspective.
Most people look at the arrows, right?
Most. Maybe some dots.
I've had Liz Johnson on the show a few times, and she said she's been doing that since she was a kid. Just looks straight down. I could not even try to do that.
I tend to do the same, actually. Yeah.
Well, they say it's easier to hit the target that's closest to you.
Tend to do the same. When I have attempted to look at arrows generally, I end up lofting the ball, which, there's certainly times where I'd like to do that, but the majority of the time I'm not trying to do that. Subconsciously, that's what happens.
Yeah, my teammates at Nationals, they will say, hey, look at that rangefinder down there that's 45 feet down the lane. Why don't you hit that? I'm like, well, I can't even hit the arrows in front of me. So that is something I can't do. I can't move my eyes that far down the lane when I'm used to just looking directly at the arrows. We're rolling along. Game 10. Overall, game 4 of the second block here, the PWBA Wichita Open. We've only got about 2.5 games left.
All right. And a cool request from and a notification that many from Australia are watching. Currently watching Caitlin compete. Was asked to give a good hello and shout out to Roy Munson. I've heard of him.
He's a good bowler, right?
It's a good bowler.
It's got a unique style.
All right, almost halfway home here. Game number 4.
On 25. Did not like that overhand. It was right all the way. But she had a triple to start the game. Cleans us up. She'll stay clean through 6. Probably the biggest key of the day, and not really overstating the obvious, but spares. When you see minus, minus, minus everywhere, spares are going to make the difference of a lot of people making and a lot of people missing the cut. seems like feels like she's a little off because she's got such good feel and good touch.
Yeah, we talk about that often. It's very sometimes difficult to know if she felt like she threw it good. She may give the impression that she didn't, but they'll all look the same, and it'll be 10 back each time. High flush there from Renslow.
If you guys don't like this mixing board, we would be glad to take it off your hands.
Oh, that's good. Do that.
We don't have quite the fancy setup you guys do.
Well, I wouldn't say that. That's like the news thing.
You're taking care of all the technical stuff, of course, and just want to give Craig Elliott a warning that he will be in charge of all of that during the Lucy. That is not my strong suit.
Well, sometimes we end up doing some things on the fly, like in-game adjustments, basically, kind of the same. And 26 into the 7th frame. Holly Harris, former Shocker. And Puhalski just gets enough of the 7-pin.
Shockers around these parts.
Indeed.
Saw Justin Romick and Rick Steele-Smith in the background today. A couple of guys who bowled on tour when I did. Back before round bowling balls. I like to use those years and date myself because that helps me out in the long run later on when I don't bowl well. I can always use that as an excuse. And with the U.S. Senior Open and Nationals coming up, I'm going to need a lot of those.
I'm pretty sure that Justin's son, Jared, bowls for Wichita State. To further date you. Roslyn, no love there on the 2. Good break. It was quick. Here is Jamie Martin. Jamie again performed admirably at the Queens, finishing 8th in the first major of the season. Good shot there from Holly. Jose Rodriguez to our left.
She's sitting at 592 after 3 games. Nobody on the pair currently plus for this block. I don't know if that'll affect our predictions or not, but I'm going to stay with it. I think the few that have figured out are going to drag that number up just enough to not get to the double number of 75 that we were thinking early on. You called it earlier. This is fun to watch because obviously it's not a strike-a-thon, but you can just tell how much thinking, ball changes, area changes they've had to make during these first 9.5 games. And besides the spares, the person who can figure out their equipment matching up with these lanes at the right times are going to be the ones who make the cut.
Yeah, they got to be quick. Of course, tomorrow will be just 32 players on the lanes. And then generally, you may see some differences in how players will start based on, of course, qualifying from the previous day, what they've learned, and then they will try to apply, throw in less players on each pair, of course, as well. And then you could have a totally different ball game. Scores could be higher tomorrow. They could be lower. We won't know. And you'll take the same things into match play. Although, again, keeping in mind that there is a burn squad tomorrow as well. I think match play will be on the burn. Of course, the cashers round on the fresh, and then the group step ladder finals will be on the fresh as well. First open for Shannon. And potentially the first open now for Josie. All right, 9-game updates. The updates may come a little slower this round. I'm working very hard to make sure you get them. But I have it, and I'm able to tell you what's going on. And what's going on is 7:33 to start this round number 2 for CT Rockman of Malaysia. She is at plus 208. And right now, that's kind of leading by a lot. Although Amanda Green, 723. In her first 3 games, she is in second at plus 125. Juliana Franco has been steady in third at plus 121. Lee Jane Sin in fourth at plus 109. Holly-Ann Johansson in fifth at plus 95. Sabrina Davis in sixth at plus 88. Tanya Rao-Mimper in seventh at plus 74. Verity Crawley and Liz Johnson tied for eighth at plus 66. And Kelly Kulik is 10th at plus 58. Summer Jasmine, cut line at minus 43. She is tied with Carolyn Doran Ballard for that number. And this is after 9 games.
Okay, cut number went down 1 pin. We now have 14 players plus out of 101 entrants. Again, fun for us to watch in very difficult conditions. It's going to be fun to watch these last 2.5 games, seeing where this number ends up. Who makes a big move, and unfortunately for somebody who drops.
That is how it goes, certainly.
All right, if you're bowling right now, would you take your minus 58 number and go to the clubhouse? You think that's going to make it now?
No. No, I'm still very unsure about said number. Because we really don't have a lot of predictability. If we knew the scores were kind of what already had a kind of a pattern, so to speak, where we saw a few high scores kind of per game around the center. Not really seeing that. We're seeing 2 players who are scoring very well here in round number 2. But I don't know if we can certainly say that everyone across the board, as I kind of scroll down the standings, see a lot of 650s, 630s, see some 590s, some 580s, some 570s. So it's a pretty good mix, somewhere between 550 and 650. And right now the outliers essentially are CT and Amanda, both at 720 plus. Colleen Johansson shot 699, and Sabrina Davis mentioned her 257, but unable to kind of build on that as she goes from pair to pair. Well, the pairs are certainly different. So Johansson, Green, and Rockman at this point.
Amanda Green just off our screen, 81 in the 5th with a strike up in the 6th. As you said, her and Rockman leading the way here the second block. And they're playing some of our part of the lanes, but CT has a little bit more on it than Amanda. Amanda playing a little bit more fallback, but they are definitely both deep inside right now.
Put frame in the 10th there for Ashlyn. Another former Shocker. Good shot there from Puhalski. Big double in the 10th frame.
Big shot for Josie right in front of us on lane 24. She's got a shot at 226. That'll get her on the plus side for this block. Just to warn you, I am going to duck out after this game. Let you take it home. I'm going to try to go up and down the center, see who's close to the cut, maybe get you an update here or there on what's going on. We're in a 48-lane house. I don't believe you can see everything that's going on here.
You know, I've got a lot of skills, but the the scene across the 48 lane center is not one of them. So I appreciate that. Another good shot there from Josie. 4 in a row for Mrs. Barnes. Jamie Martin, 146. 209 for Shannon Pluhowski. Renslow, that looks pretty good. And leaves a 10 pin.
And bowling looks can be very deceiving. And when they're having to play that deep, it's going to happen sometimes. My sources are telling me that Amanda missed in the 7th. She's sitting at 111, I believe. In the 7th frame, she's going to have to punch out for 201. Clinging to 2nd place right now. A great block so far for her. Now we saw the 280 earlier. Have you had any chance, anybody with the front 8 or front 9, have you gotten down with the camera? Got Jason down there on the lanes yet?
I have not seen it. I believe 280 was the highest game we've had so far in the tournament. Which, again, not what we were expecting. But that all could change. Hey, 2 games to go. At this point, we know those who are comfortable, for sure. It's a matter of sometimes it takes a big jump to make a big move to make a cut. We certainly could see that here down the stretch. As Ernest Barnes finishes with 225, Renslow with 199, Roslyn 192, Hershberg with 169. Holly Harris will finish things out for these groups here on this pair, on the pairs I should say, and that's a 4-pin. For Holly, brother Joey used to compete collegiately as well. He went to Nebraska. Had a chance to bowl with him during my days. Want to say hello to Katie and Heather watching from DF Dub. Good to know we've got a couple confirmed viewers. That's what I always say. All right, Holly Harris after the spare. Gonna finish things out here. Fill shot, 10th frame, ball change. And a 4-7, 171 for Holly, 161 for Elise Bolton, 209 again for Pluhowski. Jamie Martin shoots 146, and Caitlin Colmain shoots 169. And so that'll do it for our feature pairs. Again, Game 5 coming up next. No bowling going on at the moment. I know David Waz is going to take a brief hiatus. I may come back with some updates, but sir, we appreciate it.
Appreciate the time. As I said, good to have a little bit of time here on the mic. Luckily, no camera work that I know of. We might have flashed up there once or twice, but a little different calling the action on the lanes rather than asking pertinent questions to bowlers, but it's just good to be involved in the bowling world. I love doing what I do with the Bowler Show, help out with tournaments in town, and doing this is just another way for me to stay involved, and I appreciate the time and look forward to my time at the Lucy in Houston here at the end of July.
Absolutely, sir. Thanks for your support of the PWBA Tour. And anytime you're around, we'll be happy to have you. Certainly a pleasure. That is David Waswell of the Bowler Show. Of course, you may know him as the Waz. Dave joining us for Game 6 and also Games 3 and 4 of Round 2. He was here at Game 6 in round number 1 as well. You're watching action on 21 and 22. Until our feature pairs get going, this is Debbie Ayers, Maria Jose Rodriguez, Brandy Calderon, Kimmy Davidson, and Jessica Lesaganich. We'll pause for a station identification. You are watching the PWBA Wichita Open live. This is Bowl TV on Extra Frame.
Thank you, sir.
All right, folks, welcome back. This is Game 5. What you have been watching has been the end of Game 4, but we are now into Game 5. On our featured pair, all right, Olivia Sandham, Linda Barnes, Teresita, and Linda Walbaum. Really appreciate you hanging on in regards to scores. They're just updating a little slower than normal, but they are being updated. So it may say 8 games still online, but I had your 9-game update. So I'll go through that again. CT Rockman was your leader after 9 games at plus 208. Amanda Green in second at plus 125. In third, Juliana Franco at plus 121. Lee Jane Sin in fourth at plus 109. Alianne Johansson in fifth at plus 95. This is after 9 games. Early open there for Linda Barnes.
Hi. Bye.
Smooth tones of Maria Jose Rodriguez. Always giving us her customary hello as she makes her way through the concourse. Linda Wallbaum, of course, on extra frame, so I'm imagining that the Wallbaum family watching. Excuse me for the noise there. Big thanks to all of our viewers continuing to watch as qualifying continues to unfold here. And we will cut to the top 32 cashers round. Big thanks to David Waswo. Waz checking in. He is live and in person checking out the Wichita Open. Wichita, Kansas, Northrock Lanes. I had a few pair. Actually, there's just one remaining. Looks like still in game 4. On 23 and 24 for game 5. Aaron McCarthy Shailene Zulkifli, Rihanna Cote, Jody Wessner, and Katie Garcia. Rihanna making her way down, as well as Aaron McCarthy. Katie Garcia already here. Good spare from Linda Walbaum. Off camera, Leanne Hulsenberg. Couple strikes in the fifth game, that is. Shai Donald Hamidi to our left. Hamidi was in the number. Again, after our 9-game update. Fair plus minus is correct. She is plus 31. After 4 games here in round 2. All right, Garcia gets things started. And game 5, everyone now into. Cote plus 2. Her 4 games so far. Here in round number 2. Erin McCarthy, last time we saw her on our feature pair, she was struggling just a tad bit earlier today. And after the 9-game update, she was just outside the number. The casher's cut and the cash line. All right, good spare for Cote. Let's take a look at McCarthy for the first time here in game number 5. Summer Jasmine to our left, spare strike. And that one never read the lane there for Summer. What's there Summer is doing here today? Summer was the number top 32 after 9 games. All All right, 10 pin remains for McCarthy. This is game 11 now of 12 overall. All right, I got your after 10 update. All right, CT Rockman has come back to the field just a little bit. After shooting 168 in game 4, she still leads now at plus 176. Shot there from Zulkifli. Jane Sin in second, plus 146. E. Jane now, 98 over. And she has not hit our featured pair yet. Let's see who will be on game 6 here momentarily. Let's see. Game 6 will feature Megan Kelly. You can see Megan all day. Katie Ann Sop-Schroeder, Rocio Restrepo, and Juliana Franco. We'll have Chelsea Barr, Nicole DePaul Miller, Clara Guerrero, and Adasha Kovalova on 25 and 26. Then back to our score update. Again, Franco at plus 136 in third. Verity Crawley plus 98 in fourth. Amanda Green in fifth at plus 87. Sabrina Davis in sixth at plus 78. That was a really good shot there from Cote. She brings a 10 pin. Jen Higgins is in seventh at plus 72. Liz Johnson in eighth, plus 69. Holly Ann Johansson in ninth at plus 65. Najimi Itakura is in 10th at plus 59. Again, Rockman in first, plus 176 from Malaysia. Her teammate, Jane Sin, in second at plus 146. And another flat dime there for Erin McCarthy. Linda Walbaum trying to double up. Right lane, 7th frame. Get out of there, 5. Cut line right now, Brandy Brinka minus 38. McCarthy is in the cut at minus 36 currently. Nice shot there from Linda Barnes. CT Rockman. Some good intel. Has the front 8. He down on 39 and 40. Jason Thomas is on site. Oh, a break for Brianna Cote. She hasn't had very many of those today, so she will certainly take it. Quality shot from Aaron McCarthy. Aaron in about 5th arrow there on that shot. Wall bomb. Just out of trouble, leaves the 3-pin. Let's see where Linda Wallbaum is. Wallbaum at -95 and 54th. We've seen Linda, forgot what event it was, but certainly a few weeks back, but made a charge the last couple of games to make a catcher's round cut, so she certainly can do it, and it has been done. Well, CT Rockman is into the 10th frame. Not sure how much the delay is in regards to live scoring, but she does have the front 10 according to live scoring. No one is bowling around her, so this could be the 12th shot. She is up. That looked like 10 back to me. All right, pretty solid on the delay front, maybe just a few seconds. So CT Rockman does have the front 11. All right, for 300. Maybe 297. Looks like. CT trying to join her teammates. Shaidatul Hamidi in shooting 300 here at Northrock Lanes. Maybe they just enjoy Wichita. Obviously, they are extremely talented players. It's a good bounce back after shooting 168. All right, a double there for McCarthy. Ball bomb with a couple of opens. 9th and 10th frame. Shoot 194. Olivia Sandham will shoot 180. Cote, 9 spare strike, 9 spare. 5th arrow, but dead on a line. And that's a strike in the 5th for Brianna. And 24 complete at this moment with game number 5. The high side moving very quickly. The low side, many on the same pace as 23 and 24. 174 for Linda Barnes. Linda was around that cut line as well after 10 games. She was 20th, and Now we'll give a few back here. McCarthy out of trouble. Got that one right. Just leaves a 2-pin. Well, if you guys are having issues with scores, first thing to do is refresh. If you are simply refreshing an open link, close it, refresh the original page on PWBA.com, and then re-click the link. Cote finding some momentum. All right, Garcia trying to build some momentum as well. First strike here in the 8th frame. Cote looking for 4 in a row. Again, this is lanes 23 and 24. Push. See where Brianna Cote is in regards to standings. She is 55th after 10 games. Tied for 55th at minus 98. Again, if you are having issues with viewing the standings, I just dropped a link in the Live Now post where others have mentioned being unable to view said standings. I'm sure some of you maybe still have an older link up as a tab in your browser. Please close that. Please refresh the page, for example, the pwba.com/live page. Keithley. That's a big double. She's got 259 out there. That certainly would go a long way. They're struggling a little bit here today, but nonetheless, still good to see Shaolin back and competing in the PWBA. Cote, 9th frame. Good shot. Talked about CT Rockman's 297 game. You'll see some highlights of that now on PWBA Facebook page. Also on the Facebook page. Great story from the Wichita Eagle about Kelly Kulick. You can check that out also on the PWBA Facebook page. Trip 4 for Zul Keefley. Coming up on 9:30 Central Time. Game 5 almost in the books of round 2. Game 11 overall. Wow. Whoa. I don't think I've ever seen that. 7-8 remains. A light hit. Cote max score 237. Gonna make a run here. What a shot. Shots like that will do it. .192 for McCarthy. Great spare attempt. Cote. Four pin on the second shot. So Cote again trying to make the move. Good shot there from Zulkifli. Well, I tell you, you never know. Scores are not that high. Sandra Gungor to our left. She gets game 6 started. Well, a very nice shot. 21 and 22. Zulkifli inside. Got it in. She'll be in the 240s. Nicole DePaul Miller, Dasha Kovalova, Clara Guerrero, Chelsea Barr will close it out on 25 and 26 tonight. Verity Crawley within our viewing distance. She is plus 44 this round. She's been in or near the top 5 or 10 throughout the day. Wessner. Take the count, 245 for Zulkifli, 200 even for Jody Wessner. Gore over there pulling the string. He is plus 52 this block. .226 for Brianna Cote. Megan Kelly, Juliana Franco, Katie Ann Sop Schroeder, and Rocio Restrepo. A lot of Rocio fans across the globe, but certainly those who keep up with the PWBA Tour. Be happy to be able to watch Rocio finish things out. Officially into game 6. Wow. You may have caught a little bit of that in the corner left side of your screen. But the nasty 7-pin that you just saw on lane 21 was from Cassandra Gongora. The up and over 7-pin. All right, Sop Schroeder opening up with 10 back. Juliana Franco, your round 1 leader. See how she is playing the lanes now. This is game 12 of the day. There's Guerrero playing inside. And a 10-pin. Franco. 3-6 to start. Kovalova, former Player of the Year, first team All-American at Wichita State. Megan Kelly. Good shot, 4-pin. What I'm about to read is your Game 11 score update. And your Game 11 score update is what I will be reading. And as I mentioned earlier, the score updates online. Fortunately, updating a little slower than normal this round. It will update. All right, Restrepo. Strike. Someone mentioned in the comment section of one of the Facebook posts. Rob, in regards to Rosillo's kind of essentially cheering her on so she can get to this cut number. Let's see where she is after 11 games. Again, game 11. Here it is, C.T. Rockman still leading at plus 273. After the 297 game, almost 200 over for 5. Again, she threw in a 168 game. That was in game 4. Nice double there for Stop Schroeder. Teammate Jane Sin in second. Plus 192, Liana Franco in third at plus 143. Verity Crawley in fourth at plus 120. Fifth is Holly Ann Johansson at plus 112. That shot there from Clara Amanda Green in sixth at plus 98. Kelly Kulik in seventh, plus 85. Jen Higgins in eighth, plus 76. Josie Ernest Barnes in ninth. Strepo. 2-pin. We get Josie Ernest Barnes plus 70 in ninth. Sabrina Davis 10th plus 56. 32nd. Well, we got a tie for 31st. It is Clara Guerrero and Esther Chia at minus 39. Lurking is Brittany Smith. Brittany Smith at minus 42. McCarthy minus 44, even after a tough 10th frame. She's still in striking distance. Brandy Branca. She's got word from Waz, who is down on that area watching. Brandy shot 232. This game she got to minus 18. So that should be more than enough. Brittany Smith is a pair to our left. She's gone spare 4-bagger. Clara, of course, on our featured pair. We'll have a chance to obviously keep an eye on her. Sandra Anderson In 29th at -33, Linda Barnes is 30th at -34. Sop Schroeder now with 3 in a row. Sydney Brummett is 36th at -51. Liz Culkin around the number, 37th at -55. Carolyn Dorn Ballard, -57. Ashley Rucker, 39th at -61. Summer Jasmine, -62. So, really a lot of movement that still could go on for this final cashier's round spot. 2 additional places, however, this week to cash. 34th will get you a cashing spot. Brittany Smith, 9 spare in the 9th. Spare for Megan Kelly. Jen Higgins. Let's see where Jen Higgins is. Jen is in 8th in a pretty good spot. Plus 76. Sop Schroeder for 4 in a row and out of trouble. And a split there for Smith in the 7th. 2-4-10. Read off the cut scores again for you. Momentarily. Again, still a lot of play around that cut number. Shannon Puhalski, let me know, she shot 224. Her game 6, he was -7. So she should be firmly in the number. Smith opened in the 7th. Good shot there from Restrepo. CeeLo being upbeat. At this point, despite not having a usual Rocio week, she is -109 coming off a 226 game, but again, let's just say she shot 279, or excuse me, 280. We've seen it done already. It would take a lot, but that would probably get her to the number. Guerrero clean through 5. All right, 10 pin in the 6th. Again, Clara Guerrero minus 39, tied for 31st with Esther Chia. Brittany Smith in 33rd at minus 42, making just 3 pins separating those 3 players at the moment. Aaron McCarthy again was 34th at minus 44, and several players in the number within 2 to 3 pins difference, and really you can go all the way up to not 20th anymore. That was where Shannon Puhowski was. She was tied with Danielle McEwen. And folks, if you're watching at home, talked about the scoring. Again, updating just slowly, unfortunately, this round. So I was able to retrieve the Game 11 updates. We wait for it to post, but again, I'll go through that one more time. Franco. Nice job. Ready to trip that 4. I'm going to show you Brittany Smith here in a second. All right, strike for Brittany Smith. Again, in play, trying to make this cut. That's going to need some help. 9-pin 4 Restrepo. All right, Smith struck in the 9th. So we'll get a chance to watch her 10th frame. Dora. And 28th at minus 32. So 2 players looking for big games to ensure a spot in the number. Extra camera here on 21 and 22. No scoreboards. Brittany Smith, 155. The 7th on a double, first shot, 10th frame. Brittany Smith on your left lane. In the 230s currently. Dasha Kovalova able to get some carry. Second shot, Brittany Smith. Now in the 240s. 4 in a row. Back to Clara. That's a big shot, and that's a big double for Clara. She can get to 248 max, which should still be a 3-pin difference. But at that point, it wouldn't really matter. Both players would move up enough spots to be comfortably in the number at that point. Liana Franco with 4 in a row. Restrepo still with a chance. Brittany Smith to finish it out. 245 for Smith. Game 12 shoots 245, and that will be more than enough to get into the cut there. Gora leaves the 6-7-10. We don't know for sure, but she may need this. They need to pick this up to continue to have a chance here. Great game there, 215. That could be, let's see. Well, first I need to find the proper update. Goro's minus 32. So he gets to minus 17. Should be okay. Clara looking pretty good here. Lead three-bagger. In regards to the standings again, I just posted 2 pictures in the live now post in regards to round 2 qualifying. Again, not the best pictures, but serve a good purpose here at the moment. For round 2, again, it will hit the update at some point. We just cannot control it at the moment. It's rare to not see Rocio perform well, but she's throwing it good here. Obviously, this is the last game of qualifying. Needs more. Juliana Franco continues. She was your round 1 leader. She will not be your round 2 leader. Unless something crazy happens, C.T. Rockman should be the leader after 12 games of qualifying here. Good shot there from Kovalova. Kovalova was hovering around the number as well at minus 26. So Kovalova, she won't be able to get to plus. She can get to 217. She can get to minus 9. She would move up. Carrero, 10 pin, 10th frame. She can get to minus 12. So Kovalova can strike out for minus 9. Carrero can spare strike to get to minus 12. .245 again for Brittany Smith. Smith out to plus 3. 5-7 there, so 2 potentially 06. She might try to give this one a go. Of course, that drops her number. Now to get to minus 19. We know Clara will move up. Gongora shot 201. Gongora was 28. She'll be at minus 31. All right, 206 for Kovalova. minus 20. Shot there from Kelly. .227 for Clara. Big game. On the end being the number. She is minus 12. Randy Branca was also around the number. She was 35th. She shot .234. Or excuse me, .232 to get to minus 18. So she moves up. Brittany Smith moves up. Guerrero moves up. John Gore moves up a pin, although that pin will count, certainly. Franco shoots .215, but again, she is in the number. Restrepo. Rocio being a true professional at the moment. Didn't bowl well, but certainly did not pack it in. For example, meaning, quote unquote, let's say she was down by 20 points in a basketball game. She did not stop fighting. She continued showing their good character. All right. .217 for Rocio. Brianna Cote was trying to make a run. She shot .226 on this pair. 188 for Megan Kelly. Katie Ann Saab Schroeder shoots .175. Franco .215. Rocio Restrepo .217. Everyone on our left side here is done. Because the scores have updated slowly here in round number 2, we'll try to keep the stream live. You guys can get the 32 game update. It is 11 o'clock Eastern, just past 10 o'clock Central, 10:05 to be exact. Game 11 is officially updated on PWBA.com. We've got our pairs of 5 finishing up on the high end at the moment. Again, folks, so no bowling going on. Again, the closest pair to us at this moment in time is 6 pair away. But just because I'm gonna be okay in some regards, you won't be able to see much, but it's not the same as looking at a blank screen or an empty one, if you will, with no bowling. Didn't see where Brianna Cote got to. Looks like that might be a 2 in front of whatever number that is. So again, if you are just joining us, finishing up game 6, you see Erin McCarthy. Very important shot there for McCarthy. She was on the bubble as well. An open in the 8th, looks like a strike in the 9th. I think she can only get to 188 at this moment. McCarthy had some tough breaks late in games today. She shoots at 187. And unfortunately give a few pins back. She was the last spot for a check as well. Again, just to give you more update in regards to the standings. They were a little delayed this round. Apologize for the inconvenience. They are updating. It's just taken a little longer than certainly anticipated here in round number 2. So game 11 is up. Actually online, I posted a couple updates prior to that in that comment section. Keep the stream live for you so you can hear the top 32. It looks like it'll be Shellen Zulkifli to throw the final shots here in qualifying. All right, and so we believe, don't see any more balls being thrown. Final shots just went down, and qualifying, the PWBA Wichita Open is complete. So we will keep it live for you, so you can hear the top 32, hear what that number is. We know the scores will be updated online. A couple things to take a look at via Facebook if you haven't already. CT Rockman should be your tournament leader. He shot 297. That is live on Facebook. Also the Wichita Eagle, great story in regards to Kelly Kulick. So check that out also while you await this Cashers Round Cut, also on the PWBA Facebook page. Appreciate all of your patience today and all of your viewership. If I don't hear from you or talk to you before this Cashers Round Cut number, thank you for tuning in today. We will begin tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Central Time, 9:30 a.m. Eastern for 6 more games of play. Will be the Cashers round, of course. We'll move on to match play at 1 p.m. and then the group step ladder finals at 5. Again, we will keep everything live so you can hear the Cashers round cut. Again, for those who may check out prior to, again, thank you very much. It's been my pleasure, of course, as always. I'd like to thank Dave Waswell, the Bowler Show, for stopping by for a few games today. I'd like to thank Rob Gottschall, ball rep for the Brands of Ebonite, for giving us his brief expertise during Game 1 here of Round 2. Some good, quick info. Feel free to check that out in the archive on Extra Frame. All right, folks, hang tight. Scores will be verified, and we'll have our top 32 number momentarily. And folks, if you are still around, this is Emil Williams Jr. here with you. Just waiting for the top 32 verification announcement. Just want to verify all the scores are correct before the announcement is made. Tennille Milligan should be out here momentarily to give you that number. Appreciate you hanging around and hanging on. If you are still hanging on, I could be talking to no one, which is also okay as well. But that top 32 should be coming shortly, and we'll have you on your way. Appreciate you tuning in.
All right, everybody, I have our qualifying scores for our cashier's round tomorrow morning. Your tournament leader plus 265 is CT Rockman from Malaysia. And second is Lee Jing Sin at plus 183.
Announcement.
And third is Juliana Franco at plus 151. Currently in fourth place is Liz Johnson at plus 103. And rounding out your top 5 is Amanda Green at plus 101. Your 32nd and final qualifier to tomorrow's cashier's round, starting at 8 a.m. before roll call, is Shaidatul Hamidi at minus 31. Shaidatul is your final qualifier. Your load of cash was Robin Renzo at minus 47. So again, thank you all for coming out today to watch the best women bowlers in the world.
All right, folks, there you have it. Minus 31 the number. Shaidatul Hamidi of Malaysia, CT Rockman, your leader. Don't look out for a quick photo of Shaidatul, of CT Rockman on our social media channels. And some standings at some point as well for you online. Now, we appreciate you again hanging on and watching again 8 a.m. Central. Or excuse me, 8:30 a.m. Central, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Cashier's round tomorrow. I look forward to seeing you there. So for Dave Waswell, appreciate him joining us along with Rob Gotcho, Jason Thomas, and our entire staff. My name is Emil Williams Jr. We say so long for now. We'll talk to you in the morning. This has been a presentation of the PWBA Wichita Open Live Bowl TV on Extra Frame. Have a good night.